morning and welcome to the Quality Improvement Southwest 2021 conference. It's the third year we've run this conference and we're really excited for you to join us. It's free, it's international and it's virtual, and it's a great way for us to share quality improvement projects. My name's Hannah Cook.
And my name's Anna Politis, and alongside all the quality improvement projects that we'll be sharing today, we've got lots on offer. We've got 3 interesting speakers, 4 workshops and even a refreshing yoga session. For those of you that registered for the event ahead of time and signed up for workshops, you will have received a link to go to that workshop via a breakout room later on today at 1:30. For anyone who hasn't signed up for a workshop, you can see what's on offer on our website at QISW.uk. And if you email us in the next hour at enquiries@QISW.uk, then we will try and allocate you. So if you tell us what preference you have, we will see what we can do, but we're not making any promises.
We've also got an opportunity for people to present their projects orally. If you've been selected for an oral presentation, then you will have been sent an email with a Zoom breakout link, and that's going to happen this morning. As well as that, we've got a new feature this year which we're really excited about. It's our virtual poster room. On that you can see other delegates' posters and interact on the comment section with other people's projects and share them there.
The link for the interactive poster hall is in the comment section below this video. It's via the platform Medal. So after we've done all of our speakers, workshops and presentations, we'll round off the day with our awards ceremony. All our awards are kindly sponsored by our sponsors. They include Hexitime, North Bristol NHS Trust, Lewisham and Greenwich NHS Trust and the Medical Defence Union. We'll also be doing live updates throughout the day on our social media platforms, so do follow us on Twitter and Instagram. You can see the details for that in the comment section below as well.
If you need any more information on our schedule, just check out our website. It's www.QISW.uk, and that's got a full schedule and lots of information that you'll need for the day. So without further ado, let's get going. We're going to hand over to Ray, who's going to introduce our first keynote speaker today.
Good morning and welcome to the first of our keynote speakers. Completing a quality improvement project can be a difficult task. What's even more challenging is maintaining a sustained change that alters the way in which we work for the betterment of patient care. In 2016, the spouse of a patient with Parkinson's disease wrote to the Leeds Teaching Hospitals Trust to highlight that multiple medication delays and omissions had occurred during his admission. In response, the Trust formed a Parkinson's disease quality improvement collaborative of multidisciplinary members committed to ensuring timely administration of Parkinson's disease medications. The project was an overwhelming success and received both national and international acclaim. It is therefore an absolute honour today to have 3 members of the team come speak to us. And with pleasure, I would like to welcome Dr. Joanne Corrado, Jeremy Robson and Jane Throssell to spend some time telling us about how the project was set up and giving us an insight into the unique aspects of the project that made it such a success.
Many thanks, Ray, for the introduction. We are the Leeds Parkinson's Quality Improvement Collaborative, and we're delighted to be here today talking about the Leeds QI project, Getting Parkinson's Medications on Time. My name is Jo Corrado. I'm a rehabilitation medicine registrar, and also I used to be a clinical leadership fellow working in quality improvement a few years ago. And that was how I got involved in this work, and I've stayed involved since then.
My name is Jeremy Robson. I'm an advanced clinical pharmacist for neurology and stroke at Leeds Teaching Hospitals. I've also got a background in elderly medicine, so Parkinson's has been close to my heart for a long time, and I've been involved in the quality improvement faculty at Leeds since day one.
Hello.
Hi, Jane.
Hello. My name is Jane Throssell. I've been involved with this project as a carer.
Fab, thanks, Jane. And it's also worth saying that although there's 3 of us presenting today, we're a big team, and there's been lots and lots of other people involved in this work who couldn't make it today. So they should get a lot of credit too.
Hello. As I say, my name is Jane Throssell, and this is a photograph of my husband, Graham Newson, taken in December 2014. He had had Parkinson's disease diagnosed in the year 2000 when he was aged 57. When the photograph was taken, Graham was still able to enjoy a birthday cake, which is on the photograph, in the famous Yorkshire tea shop Betty's. Only about a week after this photograph was taken, he was admitted to one of the large teaching hospitals in Leeds with a medical condition not directly related to Parkinson's disease. Within a few days, over the Christmas period, Graham's health had deteriorated massively and he had become semi-comatose, unresponsive, and almost completely unable to swallow. This was as a result of a rapid worsening of his Parkinson's symptoms. He was on busy, overstretched and understaffed wards where the teams were unaware of the importance of having Parkinson's medication on time. He was on at that stage Parkinson's meds 6 times every day, and he missed loads of doses. On 2 separate occasions, he went with 24 hours with no medication. And the eventual outcome was that he required a rescue transfer to the neurology ward and required a PEG tube. He spent 8 months in hospital in total and was discharged to a nursing home because of the complexity of his care needs. Enjoying a cake in Betty's, or indeed the pleasure of any kind of oral food, was impossible. Graham died in 2017. Soon after his discharge, I wrote a very constructive letter, not of complaint at all, to the Trust. This had been no one's fault, rather a lack of understanding, education and awareness by staff on the wards in which he was treated. And I wrote a letter to the Trust, and as it was to the credit of the then medical director, Yvette Ode, the chief medical officer at the time, that the letter led to Dr. Ali Cracknell, who was associate medical director with responsibility for quality improvement, setting up the quality improvement team.
Many thanks, Jane, for that intro. And so, as Jane mentioned, it was after receiving her letter, really, that the Trust realised we had to do something about this, and also recognised that sadly this was not an isolated event, that many other people with Parkinson's in Leeds had also experienced delays and omissions of their Parkinson's medications, and as a result their condition had deteriorated. To give some idea of the scale of the challenge that we face in Leeds, we're one of the largest teaching hospitals in Europe, based in Yorkshire, and we have 4 main sites where inpatients can be admitted. So specialists tend to be located in specialists in Parkinson's, I should say. So neurologists and Parkinson's specialists tend to be based at the Leeds General Infirmary, which is in the top left picture on the screen. Whereas a lot of medical patients, when they are admitted, tend to be admitted to St James's Hospital, which is the top right, and that's on the other side of the city. We then also have wards at Wharfdale Hospital in Otley, which is the bottom left, and also some patients at Chapel Allerton Hospital, which is in the north of Leeds, and that's the bottom right. So that was one of the huge challenges that faced us, was how do we coordinate this? We need to try and improve Parkinson's care for everyone across all sites. How do we do that when the specialists are located at one? And generally, most people with Parkinson's are admitted under non-specialist teams. So we needed to try and improve the skills and knowledge of everybody working with people with Parkinson's. We did that using the model for healthcare improvement, which I'm sure everyone's very familiar with, but that's underpinned by 3 questions. So firstly, what are we trying to accomplish? So with that, we specified our aim, which was to improve timely Parkinson's medication administration in Leeds. How will we know that the change is an improvement? And so essentially, what are we going to measure? and Jez is going to talk through our results a little bit later. And also, what change can we make that will result in an improvement? So what are our interventions going to be? And in a couple of slides time, I show a driver diagram, which has helped us to really drill down into working out what our interventions might be. And that's underpinned by Plan D Study Act cycles. And to give that a bit more of a visual representation, so we'd started recruiting our faculty, and we worked out which area we were going to work in. And then there's a series of continuous PDSA cycles. So we would introduce an intervention, have a look and see how did that affect the data, and importantly, how did clinical staff feel that had that helped or not helped. And then if not, we then introduce another intervention through another PDSA cycle. And the most successful interventions formed our intervention bundle. And again, Jez is going to be talking about that in just a second. So it was really really clear when we started this project that this was clearly something that we needed to tackle as a team. And so we recruited a faculty, and we tried to recruit into that faculty people with a really wide range of expertise, both clinical and non-clinical. And also we made the step of inviting Jane to be a core member of our faculty, and she's remained in our faculty ever since, which has been a privilege to work with Jane. Because of course Jane and her family have a real personal insight into this problem, so they were often able to come up with ideas and opinions that perhaps us as healthcare professionals may not have considered. And also we other key members, so we had the usual suspects, so consultants, junior doctors, specialist nurses, specialist pharmacists, informatics analysts who have been fantastic in supporting us with the data and really transforming this project through the data. Medical students, all sorts of people were involved, but we were all sort of united by a passion really to getting this right for people with Parkinson's. We also appreciated, so within our trust there are 90 adult inpatient wards, so we couldn't roll our project out across all of those wards. We had to start with some pilot areas. So we worked initially with teams who had the most experience of admitting people with Parkinson's, or those who were most passionate about the project. So they were the admissions wards, elderly care wards, general medicine, orthopedic surgery, and again, as I say, they were all really passionate about this, which was great to be involved with. We, in order to try and drive a bit more enthusiasm, recruit more people to the faculty, and enlist our pilot wards, we had a launch event, and one of the main successes behind that was that we baked lots of cake to draw in as many staff as possible. So yeah, we did some nice fancy QI themed cake, a Parkinson's themed cake, and yeah, that went down very well. So yeah, that's the top tip, is to bake some cake. This is a driver diagram. It's really busy. You don't necessarily need to read all of this, but essentially this is just a good way when you're starting a quality improvement project to try and tease out all the aspects of the problem that you need to consider in order to bring about improvement. So it starts with our aim. So our aim was that all people with Parkinson's should receive timely medication administration and holistic care on pilot wards by June 2017. And then we separated that out into the three core primary drivers, the three main aspects that were that made up that problem. So firstly, after speaking to staff, it was quite clear that one of the issues is that people with Parkinson's were not always that obvious or visible to staff members. So perhaps the nursing staff and doctors might know that someone with Parkinson's is on the ward and that they're on time critical medication. But if a therapist came along at 10 o'clock to take someone to physiotherapy, they had no idea. And so we worked around ways in which we could highlight this to all staff. Secondly, culture, teamwork and accountability. And often with quality improvement, there's always something that needs to be done around culture, teamwork and accountability, because there's usually, the culture of the organisation plays a big part in why we get the results that we do. And we wanted everybody at LTHT to feel that they can and should be involved with people with Parkinson's. And if they spotted that somebody with Parkinson's hadn't had their medication, that they felt empowered to speak up. And then lastly, we had a lot of feedback saying that a core issue was managing people with Parkinson's who had swallowing difficulties. So as Jane demonstrated, there were issues with Graham's NG tube. There were delays in him receiving another. He didn't have any additional medication via a patch whilst he was waiting, and as a result deteriorated, and that was a common theme, and something that we specifically felt we needed to work on. And then we then looked at secondary drivers, so different aspects that we could consider for each of the primary drivers, and that then led to our interventions. So as you can see, we tested absolutely loads. They were not all successful, but the ones that were most successful, or the ones that staff said, this is really working for us and our patients and our staff, they formed our intervention bundle. And I think it's important to say, I mentioned that this has been a team effort in terms of our faculty, but also we teamed up with Parkinson's UK. So they're a UK charity that works with people with Parkinson's. And they had have got a wealth of experience in this, and already had a national campaign, a Get It On Time campaign around getting Parkinson's medications on time. So they had a lot of resources that we were able to adapt to use in LTHT, which saved us a lot of work. And we were also able to pick their brains really as to what sort of interventions would be helpful in this setting. And not only them, but they also had regional advisors. So the lady for Yorkshire was called Tracy, and we've worked with her really closely, and she supported us through this. So I think it's always worth considering, if you're thinking about doing quality improvement, who can you speak to, who can you learn from, who might have tackled a similar problem, because it gives you a bit of a head start really as to what is helpful and what isn't, and just gives some extra support. And certainly us joining together encouraged us to aim higher really. As soon as we started to see improvements, we were spurred on to continue to achieve even more.
Thank you, Joe. So I'm going to talk about, Joe's already mentioned some of the interventions and sort of the practical things that happened on the ward, but obviously before we got that far, we had to look at the sort of the basics. So making sure areas like the emergency departments and admissions area were fully stocked with a range of Parkinson's medications. We reviewed that and making sure we had reticotine patches, for example, for those patients who can't swallow, making sure the neurology ward at LGI, we had a full range of Parkinson's medications. So even if out of hours we have a pharmacist on duty for 24 hours a day, but just in case, that's the other side of the city usually, so we had to ensure the LG High and Chapel Alton had access to Parkinson's medicines. So again, it's not rocket science. Some of the things are quite simple, as you can see from the first one. So this is a poster, laminated poster. So some wards circle the next time the Parkinson's medication was due. We also had magnets that fitted on the metal part of the bed. And one of the key things that brought home to me was people like porters. Before these posters, they didn't know the patient had Parkinson's and just took the patient from the bed or on the bed for a scan, which is what happened with Graham. But through education and awareness, people like porters, or as Joe mentioned, physios, they know that the patient has Parkinson's disease quite clearly, straight in their face, and then they will escalate that to a nursing team or someone from on the ward, and will say, is it okay for me to take the patient for a scan? Are they due any more medications? as another step, nursing teams carried alarm clocks, which can be worn, or they could use mobile phones or the devices with a timer on, depending on what was allowed, what rules are allowed in organisations. And it was also used as a baton between teams to hand over. If the medication was due in a couple of hours, they could hand it on to the next nurse who was starting her shift, and it'd be ready for them to alert those. We've got, like most trusts will have guidelines relating to Parkinson's, for example, swallowing out of hours, swallowing problems out of hours. But one of the key things was to identify that people at 3 o'clock in the morning need to know how to access a speech and language therapist or an on-call pharmacist or a neurology registrar. So we took action with posters or stickers that in the days of paper notes, when we're talking 2016 onwards, we weren't all electronic then. So we used stickers in notes and posters to highlight with bleep numbers or contact details of the various people. Leeds Teaching Hospitals has a culture, like most hospitals, to have safety huddles, which have shown to improve patient safety. So again, Parkinson's was joined on to things like falls and pressure ulcers, that informal discussion at the start of the day or at the start of the shift. We could highlight which patients had Parkinson's, or if patients were having trouble with the medication or swallowing. Again, Parkinson's, again, quality improvement, we start small and gradually build. One of the big successes has been the educational masterclasses, which again started very small for select groups of staff internally within the trust, and have gradually grown and grown and grown, and we now involve any grade of staff, any type of staff, clinical, non-clinical, primary care staff, care home staff. We've had Parkinson's UK representatives come and attend, and the days are run in a traditional education meeting with various people such as neurologists, Parkinson's specialist nurse, occupational therapy, speech and language therapy, all doing their turn, and how they manage patients and giving top tips to manage patients with Parkinson's. The game changer for me was, I think it was 2019, just before the pandemic. There was the idea of inviting Jane and some other carers and patients who are suffering from Parkinson's, and have an expert panel, which was really, really moving, and also engaging, and there was humour there as well, and it brought home people, how people manage with on-off periods, with dyskinesia, the troubles they face, because we get caught up on dopamine and receptors and things like that, but actually bringing it home, the practical things of people taking extra doses to make sure they may be dyskinetic, but they accept that just so they can function, just so they can go out. So that is a definite game changer. Obviously, at the moment with the pandemic, that's the thing that's had to be paused, and we're trying, such as this, to look at video in our masterclasses and sharing that certainly at Leeds. So we've gone on to some data. Unfortunately, Dave, our data analyst, is not with us today, so you'll have to bear with me to explain all this. And obviously, again, they're quite busy slides. So for those who are not familiar with statistical representation, this first slide shows the delay in first dose Parkinson's medication soon after admission to the trust. And quite nicely, Hannah, I believe, who's involved with the Southwest Quality Improvement Day, wasn't actually involved in trawling through paper notes at the left-hand side of the graph as you look at it, before the days of e-meds and e-records. So that's quite nice. We found that out a few minutes ago. But if you can see it, there is the grey line, which is the average delay from and Joe's trying to highlight that the average delay you can see from the left-hand side before the faculty met, the delay for first dose was 7 hours. And as things have gone on, as time's gone on, we've now got that to under 1 hour. Yes, there's been peaks for various reasons. And obviously, if you look closely on the slide, you can see we've tried to highlight major events in the trust, such as e-meds starting and rollouts to various specialities. And the key thing is we are maintaining it despite the pandemic. Again, these are smaller slides, so we'll try and describe them as best we can. So we're looking at this data is looking at medication emitted in 24 hours as a total, and likewise, the grey line is the one to look at as Joe's highlighting, starting on the left-hand side, the average delay dropped from 15% of medications admitted in 24 hours, and it's gradually reduced 3.2% to 1.5%. And as you can see, we're around 0.9%. We won't say round that up to 1, we'll give it 0.9%. So you can see again, we've been maintaining that. There are legitimate reasons for people to omit medication or people not to have taken the medication. So we do look at medication that has a significant delay, and we look at it, was that a result of things going wrong from clinically, or was it as an area sort of having trouble with managing Parkinson's, not familiar? Do we need to do some more education, or is it purely it's a reasonable exclusion from a data point of view that the patient refused to take the medication, so there's nothing we could have done, it was their choice, or their condition prevented them from taking that medication. So we do sort of not a formal root cause analysis, but we do discuss that at faculty meetings. There's been a significant delay, and this is one of the things that with the introduction of our eMed system, we can now set an alert. So there's a 30-minute window either side of a dose. We call the medication anytime critical medication. So we can set a window where the nurses are alerted, and you can see again from the grey line that we're maintaining that most of our medications are, in fact 77% of medications are given within a 30-minute window of the prescribed time. Again, sustained change, particularly during the pandemic as well, has been tough. We've said we've missed out on the educational side, which we're trying to do, but it's really targeting the key things are ward visits, putting the hard yards in. We had the faculty divided up, with physio would go out with a consultant to visit an orthopaedic ward and have a chat. And it's informal. It's not everybody's pressured. It's just trying to highlight there is an issue. We had ward packs, these intervention packs that we delivered, just so we've got tools to allow the wards to adapt those to help. But again, it's putting hard yards in. We did this, I think, once a month at one time, visiting areas, particular areas where there was trouble with from the data where medications were being admitted. And again, the key thing is understanding human stories, the patient. Always remember that, putting the patient at the centre. If you lose sight of that, it becomes tricky. You've got to think of the patient, and it's the patient stories. We can all get hung up on. We're all busy. We're dealing with a pandemic, whatever, which is important. But there is a patient at the end of the bed that we've got to. Their experience are key. As I've mentioned, staff education, local education. We've got Parkinson's ambassadors for particular wards, or a particular nurse, a physio, healthcare assistant. They will take it upon them to do some little informal educations on the wards, as well as the big master classes. And again, I won't. One of the most important things is if you're trying a particular thing, however daft the idea may be, you need the data to show whether it's worked or it hasn't. So we're lucky to have a group of fantastic data analysts. And we tease them about sitting surrounded by computers and spreadsheets and things like that, but it is so important to show that things have continued. I'll just mention, if I can keep the slide, just mention that we also were talking about the human side of things and the patients. We did run a patient focus group where obviously patients came in and shared their stories of what it's like to come into the trust and surrounding hospitals. Again, that's vitally important. We're obviously planning to do that quite regularly, just to make sure that we hear from the patients, and we do that with the patient support team as well. Through the various social medias, and through word of mouth, through journal articles, we have reached quite a way. We've reached people in Madagascar, in Australia, as well as parts of the UK, including Middlesbrough, Harrogate, Cheshire. So it is important. It has been important that we've spread, and it's all important that people learn it's not reinventing the wheel. It's not, we could do things differently, you could do things differently in your organisations. It's not about us being better or worse than anybody else. It's about we've got to think of the patient with Parkinson's. We've got to share ideas and what worked well. And back to Jane.
Hello, me again. This photograph's obviously taken before the pandemic, but here's the good news. In 2017, Graham was readmitted to the same hospital with a different medical condition, again, not directly related to his Parkinson's disease, which is a common reason, you know, why people are admitted to general hospitals. Often it's not because of the Parkinson's, but because of some other medical condition. And we were absolutely astonished at the different experience he had with regards to getting his Parkinson's meds on time. He was on 5 different wards during this admission over several weeks. And the difference in the positive awareness, the attitude, the knowledge of stuff was truly amazing with regard to them being aware how important it was to get Parkinson's meds on time to reduce morbidity. The longest Graham had to wait for his medication during these few weeks was 30 minutes. Staff used the prompts described, etc. And the difference that the project has made is absolutely fantastic. A huge improvement in quality of care and in outcome. And on a personal note, I'm really, really grateful and appreciative to Dr. Cracknell and her wonderful team and the quality improvement faculty and initiative and the evident, the emphasis on collaborative working with carers, with patients and with Parkinson's UK. So huge thanks to them.
The challenge is, who can you team up with? How are you going to do it? How you, not just with Parkinson's, but with other things that need improvement. It's a continual learning. We can't solve it by yourself. As has been mentioned, we've involved various different staff, non-clinical, clinical. It is vitally important to use charities and national organisations where possible, because again, it is difficult to do it all by yourself. And we've had lots of challenges, not just data's shown that we've made lots of improvements, but it has been tough. We're a large organisation which has its pros, but also its cons. To try and to roll this out across a large organisation was truly difficult. Obviously, if you want to read more from a journal aspect, we have got our QI project has been published, so you can find that in all reliable search engines. And does anybody have any questions or any comments?
Well, thank you so much, Joe, Jane and Jez, and obviously to the entire Leeds Parkinson's team that weren't able to be here today. One absolutely sort of inspiring project that you've accomplished. We've heard sort of a lot about all the work that the team has done in trying to get the project successful and sustainable. But what I was really curious to hear, and this is probably a question that I'll direct to you, Jez, if that's all right, is what were some of the main challenges that you faced? And I'm sure there were many. If you could possibly pick us 1 or 2 examples. And I'm really curious to hear how, as a group, you managed to overcome those challenges and make the project such a massive success.
Yeah, like we said in the presentation, it's been a long journey. Obviously, the main thing that helped was Jane's letter, and Jane herself and people like her tied everything together through the little challenges and the big challenges we had. That was the focus, and the patients were the focus. I can remember one of the first meetings where we tried to get, so there was a specialist such as the neurologist and the Parkinson's nurses, there was various interested people such as myself and Alison Cracknell, and it was because you are challenging people have not done anything particularly wrong, but you are challenging. There is a challenging letter. It's involved a patient who hasn't received care to the highest of standards. It is a challenging thing. You're challenging practices, and that's quite difficult. And if anybody criticises anybody in a constructive way, people get on the defensive. So it's just sticking with it. Obviously, there was a lot of humour. There was some tensions. It is sticking with it, and we involved different people, different specialities, clinical, non-clinical people. I think that definitely helped, and just persevering, making mistakes, keeping the specialists, because it has been important, and actually it has benefited. So that on the acute neurology ward at LGI, we're generally seeing the end stage complicated Parkinson's patients, whereas as Jen mentioned, in that it was sort of used as a rescue. There was seemed to be more Parkinson's patients on the neurology ward, and that's a lot less now. So that's one of the changes which obviously helped to with the data to help not convince the neurologists and specialists. The other main challenge is anywhere, it doesn't matter how big the organisation is the movement of staff to keep it on top of it. So say that's why we're using the master classes that people can dip into, and obviously in the current times with pandemics, we are looking at recording those or making it accessible so people don't actually physically have to attend, although I believe it obviously hopefully will get back to face-to-face education sessions, because it is important. So it is, again, it's putting the hard yards in, visiting wards, and to keep on top of having a rolling team of different people, bringing different things and learning from each other. What are the data analysts? You think, why do we need those? But actually, they become pivotal. And it's not just about having the experts, the pharmacists, the doctors, the nurses. It's about having a broad team as much as your organisation can lend.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so Jane, I was hoping just to ask you, obviously, you had an amazing team of yourself and some other patients and carers involved in the project. I think a lot of people watching today probably be really keen to know how they can get patients and carers involved in projects that they're running. So wanted to ask a little bit more about, you know, what your experience was as a carer, how you felt involved, and ways that we can kind of empower other patients and carers to get involved in quality improvement.
Well, it was certainly a privilege for me to be involved. After I wrote the original letter of concern, the faculty have been amazing, you know, from the quality improvement, Dr. Ali Cracknell downwards, in, you know, positively and actively encouraging me to be involved. And the Parkinson's nurse specialists who knew a lot of patients with Parkinson's in Leeds were able to come up with names of people who might also be interested. The trust, like all trusts nationally now, you know, huge emphasis on involving carers to give a sort of view, to be partners in work like this. And I think one of the things I felt was, I kept saying that I was not an expert on Parkinson's disease, so I didn't want to be seen as a threat or a challenge about, you know, treating Parkinson's disease, but I was absolutely an expert on Graham, who I cared for at home before his admission to hospital. I knew far more about Graham than any professional ever could. So it was quite challenging for me. I found it quite, you know, quite a challenge to try and be there on behalf of patients and carers and not sort of know what, you know, clinicians should be doing. But I think the faculty's positive attitude towards involving myself, and then subsequently the patients panel at the masterclasses, was, you know, hugely the way forward. And the feedback from the masterclasses of the panel and people's human stories was very positive, and helped people remember, you know, the project. So GP practices might know of people with Parkinson's, you know, publicity there about somebody who might be interested in contributing. You know, it seemed to work very well in Leeds. I'm sure it can work elsewhere.
Mm. And I think that was something that made the project really special compared to other ones, is that the human side of it wasn't ever forgotten and was actually emphasised, wasn't it? Thank you.
And finally, I think, Joe, the question that sort of I had in regards to sort of projects like this is, clearly the faculty has been an important component to its success. You know, as Jess has sort of mentioned a couple of times, the teamwork, the ability to pick different members of the team with different skill sets has really led to the sustainability of this project. And sustainability is probably one of the hardest things in QI. I was wondering how you think for a project such as this, which has required a number of people and in a large sort of hospital, how it could be modified so that it can be applied to settings where possibly there aren't that sort of that capacity in smaller places to have such a big faculty, and whether you thought there were any sort of tips and tricks for people out there who had taken a lot of inspiration from this project but might not have as many resources as possibly you have had, in terms of setting up projects and how to make them sustainable and successful in the future.
Yeah, certainly, Ray. That's a really good question, because I'm aware that, you know, in Leeds, we're privileged in some respects. It's an absolutely massive hospital trust. And as a result, there are a load of resources and staff that come with that. So it's always, I suppose, easier in larger hospitals to recruit faculty. Although I have mentioned that there are challenges that come with being a large organisation when you're trying to improve something across the whole trust. But I think there are a few things. I think number one is it would be very unusual for you to be the first person ever to tackle this problem. So it's always important to try and learn from others who may have done something similar. So whether that's reaching out to other organisations across the country or trusts who have done something similar. So we weren't the first person to tackle this, and we did learn from some other teams who had worked very successfully. Or you know, are there third sector organisations, as in our case we use Parkinson's UK, who had already considered this problem and had resources to help us. So that's always something that you can do. I think secondly, it's important to start small. If you're in a smaller organisation and you have a smaller team, try to maybe start on one ward rather than tackling, you know, we tackled several wards at once, but we had the resources to do that. But, you know, try and target the problem in one specific area before moving on to a larger scale. I think thirdly, making sure you've got passionate people in your team. So it doesn't really matter how big the team is, as long as everybody in that team is passionate about that problem and committed to driving change. So, you know, you could be the smallest team of 2 or 3, but if you're all really dedicated to this, I think that goes a long way to making a project successful and sustainable. And then lastly, to reiterate almost everything Jane has said, the patient voice and carer voice is so important. And, you know, Graham's story has acted as a huge behavioural change tool for us, because you can't help, you know, when staff hear Graham's story, they can't help but be moved. And, you know, nobody wants anybody under their care to go through the same experiences as Graham. So it's always possible, no matter how small your team, to involve patients. So whether that's through specialist teams or the patient experience departments that most hospitals have, or as Jane suggested, GP surgeries or third sector organisations, I would really encourage teams to involve patients and carers. And for me, it's been an absolute privilege, and a highlight of my career has been working with Jane and learning from her. I would really encourage that.
Thank you, Jo. And I think you're absolutely right. And what is, I suppose, so unique about the project is that patient involvement. And it really drives home kind of that message of what we ultimately are all here for, which is as healthcare professionals working together to try and improve patient outcomes and improve the patient experience. And that's what kind of gets us up in the morning to go to work, really. So what an absolutely fantastic sort of project. And I just really want to thank you all for sort of sharing that experience with us. And spending the time today to talk to us about the project. And I'm sure a lot of the audience here will have taken a great deal of inspiration, and will hopefully also take on a lot of the points that you've made and apply that to their own work, and disseminate sort of that information in order to sort of propagate their own projects and hopefully improve things for other patients out there, both in the UK and also elsewhere in the world.
Fantastic. Thanks very much for having us. We've loved it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Jo, Jez and Jane from the Leeds Parkinson's Quality Improvement Collaborative. It was a real treat to chat to them this morning, and it was amazing finding out more about their project and hearing about that patient focus, which was really unique and special to the work that they were doing. Their Twitter handle is LTHTParksQI. And if you want to interact with them via Twitter, they'd be really happy to answer any questions that you've got. That will come up on the screen now as well. Next up, we've got a bit of a different session. We're going to Lisbon to join Rebecca Roberts from Rio Yoga. She's a yoga teacher that lived in Leeds and is now trained in the Himalayas, currently staying in Lisbon and leading her yoga practice there. She's got a 10-15 minute session for us, exploring how to stretch our bodies, learning how to breathe, and really refreshing our minds before we continue with the rest of the conference.
Hello, namaste. My name is Becky from Rio Yoga, and I'm here to guide you through a 10-minute yoga practice today. So let's get started. We're going to start in a seated position. So just crossing the legs wherever it feels good for you. So maybe you want to place the foot slightly in front, or just crossing them like so. We're going to take away the flesh from underneath the sitting bones and just ground down into the earth. And let's get started. Once you're here, we're going to take our hands, placing them on the knees, palms facing up, and close down the eyes. Just taking a moment to feel comfortable, to feel grounded into the earth. And all we're doing is simply breathing. Focusing on the inhales and the exhales of your breath. And how they're naturally moving. How the chest is lifting and how the belly is expanding. And just inviting yourself to switch off from any external thoughts about what's happened earlier in the day or what's to come next. And setting the intention that for these next 10 minutes you're going to be completely present in your body, in your breath. And with that said, start to deepen your inhales. And as you deepen each breath, the spine will grow taller. Your head will lift up towards the ceiling or the sky. And let's start concentrating on the breath and seeing if when we deepen we can actually inhaling, pushing the belly out. Inhale, belly expands for 1, 2, 3, 4. And on your exhales, bringing the belly in towards the spine. Inhale, belly expands. 2, 3, 4. Exhale, the belly slowly comes back to the spine. 2, 3, 4. And on your next inhale, we're going to inhale through the nose and we're going to exhale through the mouth. So inhale, belly. Exhale, belly back to spine, release through the mouth. And then when you're ready, gently blink, open the eyes. We're going to start by placing our hands back down onto our knees now. And we're going to start with some rotations of the neck of the head. Okay, so just dropping the head down to the right side. We're going to take the head slowly as possible all the way back until it touches the left shoulder. Bringing the chin down to the chest and rolling back to the right side. So just doing that again with me, taking the neck all the way back from right to left. And then chin goes down, tucking in the chin all the way to the right. And continuing in your own time now, we're going to try slow it down and see if we can connect breath to movement. The inhales, the neck is going back. Inhale, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, chin to chest. 2, 3, 4. Close your eyes if it feels good. And then going in the opposite direction, remembering inhale is on the way back. Exhale when you come within, bringing the chin to chest. Inhale back. Exhale, chin to chest. And on your next exhale, just bringing your head back to center, closing your eyes, lifting up in the spine. We're going to bring the shoulders towards our ears now. So inhaling, shoulders up. Exhaling, just let them drop down forcefully. Okay, inhale. Exhale, drop them down. Breath is out through the mouth. Inhale. Exhale. Continuing in your own breath. Two more. Really lifting, squeezing up to the ears, and exhale. Relax, close your eyes and just feel into your shoulders for a moment. Maybe notice how we've dropped them down ever so slightly because we tend to hold our shoulders up when we're tense or anxious. So this exercise is really nice for just loosening into the shoulders. We're just going to do some big circles with the arms now. So taking the hands forward, up, and all the way back. Inhaling up. Exhale on the way back. And the opposite direction. Inhaling up, exhale down. If you wish, you can go a little bit slower. Feel into your body and how it feels for you. But really opening up in the shoulders and the arms. And on the next one, we're just going to bring our hands back down to the knees now. Relax. Couple of shoulder rolls. Inhale up, taking the shoulders back. Beautiful. We're going to place the hands down in front of us now, and knees underneath our hips. Coming in for some cat-cow movements. We're going to inhale, drop the belly, look up. Exhale, chin to chest, round the back. Inhale, drop the belly, lift up. Exhale, round the back. Bring the chin to the chest. Continue in your own breath. If you wish, you can hold and stay here in cat or then in cow. If you wish to hold the pose for a little bit longer, you can. And then we're going to work into extended puppy pose. So we're going to make sure our knees are in line with our hips. We're going to take our hands out as far as they will go. We're going to drop the chin and the chest down to the mat. We'll be holding here 10 breaths.
Birds and ashes at the river's edge, drifting side by side. Sun rises over new hotels, sages close their eyes.
Inhaling, looking up and walking the hands back. And then we're going to drop onto our heels, coming in for child's pose. So dropping the hips down, making sure that they stay together so that the bottom is attached to your ankles, and taking the hands out, dropping the forehead onto the mat. Inhale, lift the head up, come back onto all fours. This time we're going to take the left foot next to the left hand, okay? So you've got an option to stay here, or or you can walk the left foot out a little bit, come onto the short side of the foot, and we're going to hold here. If you wish from here, you can come onto the fingertips, or just simply place the palms of the hands onto the mat. Be here for 5 breaths. Take the left foot back onto the floor, walk it in next to the left hand. Take the left hand on the outside of the foot and walk the left foot into the center of the hand. Now we're going to walk the left foot forward now, so just stretching into this left foot as far as it feels good for you. And once you're here, just relaxing, coming onto the fingertips. Beautiful. Palms back onto the floor. We're going to walk the left foot back out and take it back. We're going to kick the left foot back out long now. So just pointing that left foot. And see if you can, holding here. If not, taking out the right hand long. So you've got one straight line from the right hand coming down and left leg is kicking back. Right hand onto the mat, left knee down. Going to repeat on the opposite side now. Right foot next to right hand. Option to stay here. Otherwise, walking the right foot out ever so slightly and coming onto the short side of the foot. You'll feel a nice stretch on the inner thigh there. Again, holding for 5 breaths. And bringing the foot back down onto the mat, walking it in between the hands. Right foot is in the middle of both of the hands now. And walk out your right foot as far as it will go. And then maybe coming onto your fingertips if that feels good. We're going to hold. Beautiful. We're going to walk that right leg, that right foot back out. Take both of the hands underneath the shoulders. Taking back the right knee and coming back down into child's pose. Lifting the head now. We're going to tip onto the left side and cross the legs once more into the same position that we were in when we started. This time we're going to take the right hand back behind us. The left hand raises up and we're going to take it over to our right knee. So just take the left hand over to the right knee. Then we're going to look over our right shoulder. So twisting, looking over the right shoulder. We're going to hold here for 5. Beautiful. Slowly we're going to switch. We're going to take that left hand up, back, and switch the right hand. Hook it onto above the knee and look over the left shoulder this time. Beautiful. This time coming forward, lifting both hands up towards the sky, and the hands should be like they're holding a ball now, lifting up, stretching up. And from here, we're going to take both of the feet onto the floor, take both of our hands beside our knee, and as slowly as you possibly can, we're going to recline back onto the floor or onto your mat as slowly as possible, taking the legs out long and the feet out to the sides, palms facing up, and relaxing here for our final position of Shavasana. And just enjoying these next few moments of Shavasana. There's nowhere else to go, nowhere to be. Bringing you back to you and your breath. Now slowly bringing your knees into the chest or staying in Shavasana if it feels good just to stay there laying down. Otherwise, bringing the knees into the chest, wrapping your hands around your knees, rolling onto your right side. And using your left hand to push you up, coming back into a seated position with your eyes closed. Hands back on your knees, palms facing up. Taking your hands to prayer in front of the heart center. Thanking yourself for these moments of bliss and connection back to body and breath. It's been an honor teaching you, and I hope you enjoyed your practice. Thank you and namaste. You can open your eyes whenever you feel ready. Bye.
Welcome back everyone, I hope you enjoyed your break, and thanks to Rio Yoga for a really refreshing yoga session. Up next we've got Nikki Harrison from the organisation The Grief Space. She'll be talking to Hannah about what her organisation does in helping people dealing with grief and loss. They offer individual sessions, they offer grief circles, workshops and retreats, and Nikki is all about embracing grief and really working through it in a positive way. I'm really looking forward to hearing what she has to say. I think it'll be super relevant for us all on a personal level if we've dealt with loss, but also on a professional level. We have all recently witnessed and worked with patients and relatives that have had to deal with loss through the pandemic, so I'm really interested to see what she has to say. On to Hannah.
Thanks so much, Nikki, for joining us today. It's really exciting to sit down and have a conversation together. And what we've spoken about before the conference, particularly is given the year that we've had, we've witnessed a lot of grief at work as healthcare professionals, both in the patients that we've seen, relatives that we've been talking to, and also often ourselves experience grief, seeing a lot more death and being a lot closer to death than perhaps we've been used to previously in our careers. And really excited to talk to you today about looking at grief in a new way, and wondered perhaps if you could start by just telling us a little bit more about the grief space and kind of your role in that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, for inviting me to this conference. Really excited to be with you all today. And yeah, I guess where to start, it's a long, organic, personal story of how I've ended up doing this work with the grief space. And I guess to summarize it, it's a project born out of my own experiences of grief. I had a kind of huge life-shattering loss in my early 20s, and the grief itself shaped me, but more specifically, it was my recognition and acknowledgement of how ill-equipped our society is to talk about grief. I couldn't find any of the spaces, the language, the role models to witness me in my grief and to hold space for it. And I just started to realize that this is something that we've forgotten how to do in our culture. I think holding grief is something that if you look across different cultures, different continents, even here in our own inlands in Great Britain, if you look back to kind of Celtic traditions, communities would have made space for grief. And yet nowadays, it's something which is still a huge taboo, even though it's completely universal. So I really started to learn about this concept of grief tending, which is the idea that we can actually look after our grief as if it was kind of like a little child within us, rather than trying to kind of fix it, make it better, trying to make it go away, and really embracing grief as this normal reaction. And so everything I do now is based around that philosophy of how can we create space for grief in ourselves, in our communities, in wider society, And of course, given the last 18 months that we've all had, my project, this work, suddenly became mainstream in a way that it hadn't before, because we've all experienced grief around the loss of normality. And then, of course, you all as healthcare professionals have been on the front line of that, of witnessing and being a part of what this collective grief, and also witnessing the individual stories. So it feels more important than ever for us to talk about grief, so that we can help people realize how normal it is, and not have to kind of keep it behind closed doors or bottle it up, but actually to kind of lift the lid on the topic of grief, and support people to find the spaces where they can share, so ultimately they feel less alone.
Mm-hmm. I think you're so right. In some ways, grief has become a lot more apparent in the kind of normal conversation that people are having day to day, which in some ways is a really positive thing. But I think sometimes people might find themselves confronted by a lot of feelings and thoughts surrounding grief, and not really knowing how to deal with them, how to respond to them, or whether to kind of feel guilty about them. And I think perhaps also with NHS colleagues, perhaps there's an element to which people feel as if they mustn't grieve if it's not their relative. So I wondered how kind of important you thought grief tending could be, or how that could kind of be applied to NHS workers.
Absolutely. And I think it's important for me to acknowledge that I haven't experienced what it's like to be a frontline health worker, and to not, just to caveat anything that I say with the acknowledgement that I can't assume what it's like, but I can share how important it's been. And I have actually worked with a few NHS workers around grief tending and holding space for grief. And I guess just to share my perspective and my understanding is that if the grief is there, if the feelings of loss, confusion, anger, longing, sometimes numbness and disconnect, grief can manifest in so many different ways. But if there are feelings of grief there, then they are absolutely valid and deserving of being seen. And I guess what I would bring and what I would offer to you all today is to give you some language, to give you permission in some ways, not that it's me giving you permission, but this conversation can give you permission to actually name grief, to name all of the different ways that it manifests for you, and perhaps to offer you the opportunity to create a little bit of space in your heart, in your day, to look at what you've been through in the last 18 months and acknowledge that there are times when you felt in deep grief around something, and also the layer of then being in an environment where I can only imagine you kind of have to pick yourself up and bury it somehow and kind of go on to the next patient. Grief, I always say, kind of only becomes a problem when it's stuck, when it's stagnant, when it's kind of pushed down. And this is the irony, because so many people come to me and they say, oh, I don't want to talk about my grief, I don't want to talk about that experience because I don't want to bring it up. If I feel it, I'm not sure I'll ever cope, I'm not sure I'll ever recover. And actually what I can say for sure is that grief doesn't hurt us anywhere near as much as the barriers that we put up against it. So to encourage you to look at what you've been through, to look at how you are today, really. And if there is grief there, to know that actually it's healthier if it can flow, if it can be expressed, if it can be seen. So I'm sure we're going to come on in this conversation to how you might do that. Sometimes people say, okay, great, I understand, Nikki, that grief needs to be seen and expressed, but how do we do that? But yeah, I guess just to finish by saying that your experiences are valid and worthy of being seen and tended to. And I think if we can all start to embrace and welcome all different types of grief, whether they're personal experience of someone really close to us, whether it's the experience of witnessing a loss and talking to the families, even collective grief, observing what's going on in the world at the moment. If we can all claim and name our grief, it gives permission for other people to be able to do the same.
And what kind of benefits do you think there are kind of on an individual level, but then also on a kind of broader level of talking about grief in that way and acknowledging it?
I mean, I feel like that's the only way that we can truly heal and integrate an experience. So one of the things I talk about is how grief kind of is like a river, and it needs to flow and it needs to move. Otherwise, it kind of spills over the edges and pops out in different ways and influences other areas of our life without us knowing. I think that's the thing with unexpressed grief, is it can pop out in stress, it can pop out in a physical illness, it can pop up in the way that we react to a partner or a parent or a child. Grief that's been unexpressed and unseen, it sort of, sadly, it turns inwards on ourselves and ends up hurting us. So the benefits of naming grief, of exploring grief, is that you will have a healthier, clearer mindset, and not be carrying around this. Well, I say not carrying around. I don't necessarily think that when we explore grief in this way, we're doing it so that it goes away. But what we're doing is creating a capacity within ourselves to hold it. So yes, one of the benefits would be, when moving towards grief, when understanding our grief, looking at it, we actually expand our ability to be with the experience, to integrate it. We resource ourselves to be able to move in the world in a more considered and resourced way, because we're not pushing things down.
And how might people start thinking about helping themselves with experiencing their grief and acknowledging their grief?
So an intention to be with yourself and be with your grief is huge. And what I mean by that is actually taking a bit of time, just like you are today at this conference, to explore the topic, to maybe turn that question inwards. What have I gone through? What am I experiencing? And then having a way to express that. And there are so different ways work for different people at different times. Obviously, talking to a friend can be really helpful, as long as the friendship is supportive in a way that doesn't want to kind of fix it and make it better, but actually just to hold it and deeply listen, just like you might do in therapy or kind of an individual session. I do a lot of work in grief and community, grief circles. And the beauty of that is that we were never meant to do grief alone. So when people come together in a grief circle and they share what they've gone through, there is this simultaneous healing that can happen, because the person who's sharing, maybe a frontline healthcare worker, might share their experiences of being close to people as they died, of talking to relatives. Actually, it helps that experience to kind of come out of them and be seen and witnessed, rather than kind of being kept hidden. But also there's this simultaneous receiving of the story. So for everyone else in the circle, whether they had that specific experience or not, there's a sense of shared humanity, which really helps to heal the part of us that feels lonely and disconnected. So connection. There's things that you can do to kind of hold yourself in grief. So journaling, going on long walks, like without your phone, without any distraction, to kind of just let your unconscious, let what needs to come up. And then another pillar I always feel is important is doing something with the body. So there's only so much that we can express and release through talking, but actually to move the body in whatever way feels right. So whether that's running, whether that's yoga, whether that's just simply shaking. Like I tell my clients every morning, just to kind of shake, just to keep things moving. there's other kind of more alternative things like acupuncture or kind of trauma releasing exercises, which can be really supportive as well. So there's just a few things to start with.
And I think a few people watching this may feel as if, what happens if I start acknowledging my grief and then it becomes overwhelming? What happens if I'm suddenly so aware of it that it completely takes over? If, as you say, I've been holding it under for ages, what if the river overflows and then I am no longer able to do the things that I normally do day to day?
Totally. And that's probably the thing that I hear the most from people is, I'm scared to go there. I'm functioning all right without looking at that, to be honest. And my advice would always be to seek help and to seek support in this, to come to a space where the space is contained. So it's almost like grief is such a messy, intense, can be overwhelming emotion. You don't just want it to just spill out without any sense of holding. So that's why if you have therapy, if you have one-to-one work with someone, if you come to a grief circle, if you go to a workshop, there's a sense of holding that I think gives us the safety to know that we can be with the experience. Integration is always important. So if you are going to create a bit of space to be with your experience, let's say you take yourself away for a weekend and actually say, I'm going to really sit with what's happened in the last 18 months and be with that experience, giving yourself enough time that, on the Monday morning, you're not going straight back into a crazy busy work day, but actually maybe you're doing something a bit more gentle, you're seeing friends, you're doing some gentle movement, being considered that if you are going to go into it, you're not going to have a jarring experience afterwards. Will probably be a few tips.
I think that's something that sounds so special about the grief circles, is that people don't feel like they have to experience all these things by themselves, and as you say, not having the loneliness of feeling like you're the only person that is experiencing things in this way.
Definitely.
Would you say there's things that you've learned from your grief circles that would be useful for us to know in terms of how we can help others experiencing grief?
Yes, and I think that this is this kind of like symbiotic relationship that needs to happen generally, is we need to know how to look after grief in ourselves and also how to look after grief in others, because that's how we'll change the culture around grief at the moment. There are a few things I can think of. One is to acknowledge loss without trying to fix it. So even just acknowledging each other's loss is huge and so often not done, because we all feel a bit uncomfortable around the topic of grief and loss and death and change. And so we think to ourselves, I don't want to bring it up, I don't want to upset them. And actually, there's nothing that you can say that will remind someone of an experience that they went through. We carry around our losses with us, and actually acknowledgement makes things better when it can't be right. So acknowledging it, but then also the second part of that sentence, without trying to make it better. So it's a strange paradox, because the human in us wants to comfort, wants to soothe, wants people to feel better, because of course those that we love we hate seeing in pain. And yet is this irony, because when we're trying to make people feel better in the aftermath of a loss, what we're actually kind of subtly saying to them is, don't feel so bad now. And some of the big losses in our lives, some of the things that you watching today may have experienced, they can't make sense. They can't be made better. It can't be okay that so many people passed in the last year because of COVID in this way, without their families by their bedside. That's not okay. And actually our society so often wants to focus on the positive, the productive, the light. And actually there are some things that I almost say, we want to metaphorically like hold each other's hand, sit in the mud and say, it's not okay. And I'm here for you, and you don't have to be better. You don't have to get over this. And it's strange because you might feel like, oh, that might make people feel worse, but ironically, it always makes people feel better because they're not being rushed. So yeah, acknowledgement, not trying to fix it, expecting inconsistency. So I'm not sure how you're all feeling, but grief sort of ebbs and flows in such different ways. There are times when we actually feel very numb, we are able to function really well, we feel quite distant. There are times when we feel completely overwhelmed with our grief, really heavy, exhausted, not able to get out of bed. And grief and loss, it does this, it comes and goes, and it sweeps us off our feet, and then it sort of lingers in the background. It really changes a lot. And I think if we can all expect inconsistency, then we can let that be okay in our friendships and in our families. To say to someone going through a big loss, you know, it's okay if you need to cancel, or it's okay if you change your mind. It's okay if you change what you need, whether that's a different working pattern or whatnot. And then the final thing, which is, I guess, my biggest surprise that I've seen in grief, is to create room and to create opportunity for people to change because of their experiences of loss. And, you know, I'm really hesitant to go anywhere near the idea of there being like a silver lining or any gifts. It's not that at all, but it's the genuine realization that when we go through a time of deep loss, it does change us. It does shift our perspective in a way that, if we're willing, can be beneficial to understanding what's important to us, what really matters, who are we in the face of loss. So I encourage people either going through an experience of grief, you know, we're all going through integrating this time of change, or somebody who's supporting a friend or family member going through loss, to kind of let them change through this experience, to let them be ripened by it, and to allow this experience to kind of settle into their being in a way that shifts them. I remember someone saying to me, don't be defined by this. And I was just thinking, well, this is life defining. Like, this is totally life defining what happened to me. And that's okay. I think we have a real resistance to people changing, kind of like want everyone to stay the same. So yeah, a little bit more of a curveball there, but to be open to transformation. What is this time showing you?
I think that kind of links back in a way to what you said earlier about how kind of linking it back to working in the NHS, sometimes you'll see something really difficult at work, and then have to move on to the next patient and kind of realign yourself, become professional, or perhaps if it's a situation where a lot of healthcare professionals have been together, for example, a cardiac arrest or something, and then you leave, often you've not had that time kind of collectively to explore any kind of grief or hurt that you might be feeling at that time, which I think makes it difficult, because if you're used to burying things during the day at work, it's then perhaps more difficult to come home and debrief about it when you've been kind of burying it all day. And I don't know whether you've got any thoughts about how we might kind of improve the way that we tend grief or acknowledge grief in the NHS.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a muscle. And like with anything, when we're looking for a change in the way that we approach something, from our mindsets to our cultures, it's not a quick fix. It's not a quick shift. I think there's a responsibility to be played at both ends, at the individual and at the organizational end. And obviously embedding grief circles into the NHS, into healthcare practitioner schedules would be amazing. But I'm also so acutely aware of how busy you all are. So I think acknowledging in yourself what you need and being really honest with yourself. You know, have you made enough space to process what happened today, this week, this year? And and carving out a little bit of time where you can be held. Maybe it's getting together with a group of you and kind of holding that space for each other. Could be a nice place to start, but it's by no means easy because it's not our culture's way, it's not our societal norm, and yet that's an unhealthy pattern, that's an unhealthy reaction. So I guess just gentle encouragement, really, that it is in your interest to be with your experiences of loss and let them be seen, let them be known. And hopefully, you know, I always say the ripple effects go out far wider than we'll ever know. So if everybody here on this call maybe says to their colleagues or to their housemates or to their partners, you know, I'm interested in just creating a bit of space for my grief, what I've been through, who knows what that will inspire and role model.
And you're so right. If acknowledging grief becomes more part of conversations that people have at work, then it allows other people to open up about things that they're experiencing and creates a space for people to talk about it. Because I think, you know, humour is often used as a bit of a sticking plaster in the NHS for covering up feelings. And although that works in the very short term, sometimes that can lead to you just becoming a bit colder. And actually, what we don't want to be as health professionals is unloving or unempathetic. And actually, perhaps acknowledging things in the short term allows you to remain affected by things and to feel that love and shared grief with others, as opposed to not giving yourself that permission.
Yeah, and I guess one thing I just love to say on that, and you know, forgive me if this isn't relevant, because as I said, I don't know what it's like to be working in the NHS, especially at this time, but I certainly spend all day, every day talking to people who are deeply grieving. So in some ways, I resonate with that the intensity of meeting loss on a daily basis. And I guess one of the things that I've learned how to do is to let the grief move through me. So when I sit with somebody who's really grieving, or sometimes I sit with people who are in this space of anticipatory grief, you know, expecting somebody to die. There's a way that we can be really empathetic and loving and caring and all those qualities you've described that are so necessary, and to hold grief and to feel it, but to let it move through us. So to let it come into our being, to let our hearts connect to the person. So I'm imagining you know, maybe somebody listening today had to have a really difficult conversation with a family member of somebody who's dying or has died. And there's a balance, certainly in the way I've been able to practice, is of being really fully present with people in a way that's super loving and caring and receiving their grief and being very true and very human, but then consciously, almost again like that river, imagining that grief just rushing through you so that you don't hold it. And there's some really simple ways that I find helpful is to go on a walk and to imagine giving grief to the ground. You know, nature can hold it all. She weathers all storms. So to kind of imagine just saying, okay, you know, that was a really intense conversation. There's grief in my body, there's loss in my system, and to kind of stamp it out through a walk or something can be really helpful. Just to, again, it's that intention. You all know the mind-body connection. So just to have that intention in your mind of, I don't want to hold this, actually, can be really helpful.
That's lovely. Thank you so much, Nikki. I don't know if there's anything else that you feel like you want to share with us today.
I think it's just to acknowledge, you know, for anybody that is grieving at the moment, for any of you listening who are going through loss, to just know that it's normal. I think so many people I come to, it's the very simple act of me saying, of course you feel tired, of course you feel angry, of course you feel a bit lonely, lost, and maybe not, you know, maybe of course you're also feeling a sense of joy and excitement, and almost like a revitalized sense of life because of that. But to really welcome anything that you're feeling is okay. It's all welcome. And to just offer yourself so much self-kindness and compassion, because what you've been through is huge. And it's very easy to criticize ourselves for, why am I still feeling sad? Why do I still think about this? And to find the spaces, if it is something that's present for you, where you can really talk about it, and just to know that you are not alone.
Thank you, Nikki, so much for joining us today, and for chatting to us. It's been really refreshing to talk about grief in such an open and honest way, and I'm sure lots of people will feel like a weight is quite hugely lifted, acknowledging something which perhaps we felt like we haven't been able to for the last year. If people want to find out a little more about what you do with the Grief Space, I think they can find you at thegriefspace.com, is that right, your website? And also on Instagram, which is at the Grief Space, and we'll post that on our Twitter account today as well for people to find you. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Nikki. That was really interesting, and you've made some really good points that we can take forward both in our personal and professional lives there. So thanks so much for joining us. Up next, we've got our session for our oral presentations on the research projects. For those of you who are presenting your poster orally, you will have received a link yesterday inviting you to a Zoom call. So please be ready and waiting to enter that Zoom call by 11:40. For anyone else, including the people who were accepted for poster presentation, we have our poster hall that is available to anyone to go and view our amazing posters on there. And for those of you who were accepted, we would recommend just being available on there because of the live Q&A function, so you can ask questions and interact with each other via that platform. The link is in the description below the YouTube live stream. After that, we have our lunch break, so go away, have a cup of tea, have a bit of food, and be ready to come back ready for our workshops at 1:30. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch break. We've received some really wonderful feedback from our judges for the oral presentations, and we can't wait to share the awards with you later. Our awards are all really kindly sponsored by our 4 amazing sponsors: Hexitime, North Bristol Trust, the Medical Defence Union and Lewisham and Greenwich NHS Trust. So thank you so much to them for awarding our prizes. Up next, we've got our workshops. We've got 4 fantastic workshops available: an introduction to research, introduction to quality improvement projects, an introduction to medical education, and we've got a mindfulness and meditation workshop as well. For those of you that have signed up for workshops, you will have been sent a Zoom link by email. Once you click on this link, you'll be automatically allocated to your breakout room and your workshop will then start. It's important you try and arrive as soon to 1:30 as possible if you can, just so that our workshop leaders can start on time. And once you have your workshop, it'll run for about 45 minutes with some space for questions at the end. And once your workshops are done, we look forward to seeing you back here on our YouTube live stream to continue with the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thanks so much to our amazing workshop leaders. We're getting lots of great feedback, so I hope you all enjoyed them. We've now got a dedicated slot for our poster hall, which we've mentioned a few times today. This is a really exciting new feature for the conference, where we've got all our posters online on a platform that you can interact with each other, you can ask questions, you can comment, you can share, and you can network with other people. So please can everyone who has submitted a project, whether that be poster or oral, be ready to answer any questions that people may have. Feel free to go and look at other people's posters, and then we've got a short coffee break just to give everyone a bit of a rest who has been engaged in the workshops and the poster hall, before our final speaker for the day. So we'll see you soon.
It's so impossible to know what the right thing to do is about getting older, for ourselves and even more so for the ones that we love. Questions arise like, is it terrible if I'm falling out of love with the person I've been married to for years because of dementia? When is the right time to stop taking all of my 11 medicines? And should my dad be driving? And if not, how do I tell him, because he's not going to listen to me? And these are all questions that Dr. Lucy Pollock answers and takes on in her marvellous new book, the book about getting older, for the people that don't want to talk about it. It's an award-winning book published by Penguin recently, and Dr. Lucy Pollock is also a marvellous geriatrician at Musgrove Park Hospital in Taunton. We're so fortunate to have her talking to us today. And while she's talking to us, she's going to tell us about why she's a geriatrician. She's going to talk about some of the quality improvement projects that she's been involved in the past and the importance of quality improvement within the work that she does. And finally, she's going to be talking to us about her wonderful book. So it's going to be a really exciting and interesting conversation. I can't wait to hear what Dr. Lucy has to say. Now, Dr. Pollock's Instagram and Twitter handle is at LucyPGeridoc, and that will pop up on the screen at some point during our conversation. So if you want to interact with her and get involved with any questions, then do feel free just to contact her on Twitter. So without any further ado, let's go over to Dr. Pollock and see what wisdom she's got to share with us today.
Hello, it is a real pleasure to be here today. I'm absolutely honoured to be invited to join this group and to talk to you, and a huge thank you to Hannah and to Tim and the rest of you for organising it. My name is Dr. Lucy Pollock. I'm a consultant geriatrician. I work here in Somerset. I've been in Somerset for just over 20 years. Before that I trained in London for my junior medical jobs. So I wanted to talk to you about really my personal journey into geriatric medicine, which is a specialty that I love very much, but also the things that I've learned about quality improvement over a long career in the NHS, mostly by making mistakes. So some of this may sound a little bit negative, but I have got some advice on what not to do. I think I probably wanted to start by talking about why I do geriatric medicine. When I was very young, I didn't know what I wanted to do, and I really actually enjoyed all of the things that I did as a junior doctor, and at one point I actually thought I might even want to be a surgeon. And when I was a very junior house officer, I was allowed to do an operation. I was allowed to take out somebody's appendix, and I had a very dour Scottish anaesthetist watching me as I fumbled around in this poor person's right eyelid fossa, and after really quite a long time he said, "Dr. Pollock, is your operation over yet? Because the anaesthetic is." And at that point I realised that I probably was not going to have a career in surgery. And then luckily I did my medical SHO rotation, and Mike Glynn, who was a gastroenterologist who ran that, listened to my indecision, and he said, "Lucy, I think you need to do geriatric medicine. I hope you won't be offended." And the minute he said that, everything fell into place, and I knew that's what I wanted to do. So what is it that I enjoy about geriatric medicine? I enjoy the fact that it's very intellectually interesting. I love the challenge of the fact that it's difficult working out what's the matter with somebody who's got sort of 5 or 6 conditions. I actually really enjoy the pharmacology, and I can't believe I am saying that. If you told me as a medical student that I would say that I actually find drugs interesting. But they really are interesting. Their interactions and their effects are fascinating. The fact that they're a great deal less effective than most doctors believe, and that we overestimate the effectiveness and underestimate the side effects consistently since the dawn of time is interesting. And also, obviously, older people themselves are interesting because they've lived long lives, and it's fascinating working out what their goals and hopes and fears are. And when you get it right, it's enormously rewarding. I then wanted to talk a little bit about the journey in geriatric medicine. Geries now is a really popular specialty, and it can be quite difficult to get a training post. It's pretty well the biggest specialty, jostling along with cardiology. The general public really don't realise that, but the rest of us do. But when I started as a geriatrician, there were very few women consultants. We used to go out for dinner together, the women consultants of Musgrove. There were 6 of us. We can't find a restaurant to take all the women consultants of Musgrove now. There's nowhere big enough. And I and a colleague who's now retired, Mary, were the only women consultants in geriatric medicine here. And it was a very small department, it was extremely under-resourced, and I became clinical lead fairly shortly after arriving here. And it was a pretty miserable time because I could not get anybody to accept that my department needed more resources, and I watched as more appointments were made in respiratory medicine and cardiology and gastroenterology, and I wrote business case after business case for years, and I presented them to my medical director, and I wasn't allowed to see the medical director, I was allowed to see the associate medical director, and I presented them to the divisional manager, and my pleas fell on deaf ears, and I wrote more and more reams of paper about how important it was. And finally I discovered that all the other departments were allowed to have a thing called a strategic review with the senior management, but my department wasn't invited because we didn't have a waiting list. So the whole focus was on waiting list initiatives. That was where the problem was for the hospital. And so the senior management of the trust actually refused to meet me as the clinical service lead. And at that point I slightly lost it, and I insisted that I should be allowed it. And they still wouldn't let me, but they did allow me to meet one person. I was allowed to meet the finance director on his own for 20 minutes. And I still have pinned up the piece of paper I took to him. I ditched all my business cases. I knew it wasn't going to work. And somebody had advised me to think about what that person would be interested in. What does he like? He's the finance director. He doesn't like words, he likes numbers. And what he's about is throughput. So all my arguments about quality of care were going to fall on deaf ears. All I needed was an argument about throughput. And I had managed to get, you can see, it looks like a dartboard because I've got so many holes in it where I've kept it pinned to my board. I managed to get a piece of paper that shows the readmission rates in this hospital. This is back in 2005, 6, 7, of patients aged over 85 by department. This is how likely they are to be readmitted within 4 weeks of discharge. And I could show him that patients who were admitted under gastroenterology were 4 times more likely to come straight back into hospital than patients with the same condition admitted under the care of the elderly physicians. And at that point, he looked at me and he said, "This is a no-brainer," which was both the best and the worst moment of my life in terms of medical management. The best because the message had hit home, and within months I had new colleagues. The worst because I had spent 5 years trying to get past obstacles in my way. So what did I learn? I learned that enthusiasm is not necessarily infectious. That's very important. You have to have the right people on your side. And in QI, we always talk about PDSA. Everybody knows about PDSA, but what we forget is the step before that, the planning of the project, the getting people on your side, the assembling your team, the being really clear about what the message is. One of the other things that hit home for the higher management team in the end was the realisation, and I had to put it in very stark terms, geriatric medicine is not about keeping people alive forever. And at the minute I said that, I could see a shift in the room. Everybody was frightened that what we were going to do is just keep older people alive forever is a huge drain on resources. It's a shocking thing to say, but I know that is what they were thinking. The minute that we reframed it in terms of making sure that people's care was good, that meant that they could get home from hospital and stay at home, we transform things. So thinking about who your allies are, think about what your message is, think about how you're going to frame that message in terms of your audience, because somebody will like words, somebody will like a patient story, and those are really important, I'll come back to that, and others will need to see some numbers. So before you start, think very carefully about the message. I love Rob Whiting here. He's a fantastic stroke physician, and very early on he used to put up the metrics for stroke, which all come from the National Stroke Audit, and on each of the graphs, which are things like the percentage of patients who have a CT scan within the first 24 hours, the percentage that get to the stroke unit, for each of those graphs he wrote what the metric is and why this matters. A single line that describes it in very succinct terms. For example, it reduces suffering. That's fine. That's a really good thing to write. So you combine words and combine your words and your data in a powerful way. Another piece of advice is when you're trying to do any kind of QI project that involves using a pro forma. When I was trying to improve our referrals for falls, I designed a very careful pro forma, and I put in all the important stuff, the key questions, I put in red, not realising that the printer in ED doesn't print in red. So my pro forma, which was lovingly used for about 6 months but didn't seem to make any difference at all, I finally went down to work out why it wasn't making any difference and discovered that all the key questions were actually omitted entirely. It wasn't even that they were, light, they were actually invisible on the printed pro forma. Don't try and use colour in the NHS, we're a monochrome organisation. So that's another bit of advice. Then thinking about how younger people do it and how you as trainees can make things happen. I remember reading years ago this really inspiring paper that was striking to me for 2 reasons. The first was that it was by a trainee, and the second was that she was a trainee orthopaedic surgeon who was a woman, and at the time that was unusual. This was in 2004. And this amazing woman who I've just looked up, Leela Beyant, had managed to persuade her hospital to ring fence elective beds for elective orthopaedic surgery. And by doing that, by making sure that nobody went into their elective ward who had come in as an emergency and hadn't been screened for MRSA, nobody got onto that ward. And they reduced their horrible deep joint infections from 43 to 15 by that simple action. And what I printed off her article earlier. I've just Googled her and found that she's now a professor of orthopaedics in Manchester, and I'm not remotely surprised. She must have been a powerful young woman to get that improvement project through, because it clearly involved a very big change in that hospital, but she must have been very clear about her messaging, and she must have had some very good people on her side. But her abstract is short, it's clear, it's absolutely focused on what she wanted to do, how they knew it was going to be a good thing, how they were going to measure the change, and so on, and a really powerful piece of work. And so just coming on to the one improvement project that I think I have been involved in that really has worked and that I'm really proud of. The theme here really is the patient's story. So a long time ago, in fact when I was still a registrar in medicine, I saw a very, very old man who had a very severe pneumonia, and he was right in the middle of our acute medical ward. And it was one of those wards that didn't have bays. It was a great big sort of melee of patients with all around the walls. And this man was striking because he was completely naked. He'd torn off his pyjamas and he had torn off his sheets. He was in his 90s and he was delirious and suffering. And he had a really awful pneumonia. And I realised as I heard a little bit more about him and the fact that he'd been recently in a psychiatric unit, a psychogeriatric unit, and that before that he'd had several different admissions, and that his wife had been trying to look after him at home, and that he had a very severe pneumonia, that we were doing almost certainly exactly the wrong thing. And I was able to speak to his wife, to hear his story of an immensely distinguished military career, time in the army during the Second World War, medals galore, and then this incredibly sad deterioration into a very sadly aggressive form of dementia, which came with a lot of behavioural problems that had caused him and his family great suffering. He'd had insight into his illness at the beginning and had become extremely miserable. He'd had profound depression, and he'd had lots of treatment by very good psychogeriatricians trying to control his symptoms to no avail. And I realised then that we were doing exactly the wrong thing. The important thing was that this man should be allowed to die. And one of the themes in geriatric medicine is this thing of needing to think all the time to ourselves, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Should somebody else be making this decision? It's a very, very good question to keep asking yourself. And that was at a time before there was anything in the way of advanced care planning for most patients. We didn't have documents that did that. We didn't even have a DNAR form. But we do now. And over the years, the Somerset one has evolved, and many of you will be familiar with different sorts. This is our treatment escalation plan for Somerset, and it comes in different iterations, but I would, many of you will be familiar with it, but it's got various little boxes for DNA CPR and for IV antibiotics or not for IV antibiotics and so on. But what I would point out is that the biggest box is the one that says my personal priorities, what is important to me at this time of life, and that is the box that is almost always blank. So the box that actually says the word important is the one that we leave blank. And after seeing many patients coming in from care homes who clearly didn't want to be here, or were not going to benefit from our treatment, or both, I started feeling very passionately about this. And about 3 years ago, before COVID, we set up a little project to go and listen to families and staff in care homes, and it has subsequently become a thing called the LARCH project, which stands for Listening and Responding in Care Homes. And a group of us went to talk to about 5 local care homes, the 5 who sent most people to hospital in Somerset, and we just asked them what happens when one of your residents is unwell. And we listened to this story after story of staff who didn't want to send their resident to hospital but didn't have a choice. And some of them were very moving, and there were staff who were passionately very motivated to look after their patients towards the end of their life and weren't being able to do so. I even remember in one of my absolute favourite care homes, which is down the back of Bridgewater, it looks appalling from the outside, it's absolutely stuffed full of love on the inside. A manager and her deputy looking at one another as they described Harry. They said, "Do you remember Harry?" And they looked at each other and they described how Harry had become unwell, had not wanted to come into hospital, an ambulance had been called, and this old man had caught hold of the door frame and clung onto it in order not to be taken to hospital. We've got to do something about that. So we set up a little team, and I just here want to say thank you to some amazing people. Ellie Courtney, some of you will know, who at the time was in general practice, and 2 nurses, Colleen Gagg, who is James Gagg's wife, who's a fantastic nurse, and Hull and Thornton Grimes, who's another fantastic nurse. And we got this little group together, helped by the discharge team from Musgrove and some fantastic matrons who helped us, to get together to set up a little group to go into care homes and to talk with residents and their families about their wishes. And the joy of it is that for me and for the rest of the staff on that project, we were utterly motivated by the patient experience. The funding came if we could demonstrate a reduction in admissions to ED, of course. I have never been involved in a project that has aligned the patient experience and cost reduction so effectively. And I would just like to show you, if I can, a quick graph, which I don't have on paper, but I do have on my phone, of when we got our first data back.
This slide, it doesn't
and it's in here, and I shall just sorry, I thought I had it right here. You might have to cut out some of this chat.
That's absolutely fine.
And I'll find it for you. Where is Larch? Here is a picture which I hope you'll be able to see of, this is Ellie Courtney grinning with a computer that shows the reduction in transfers to ED from the care homes that the Larch group was involved in. It just simply fell off a cliff. Since then, that team has grown. A lot of their role is not just to be with those families and patients, but also to support the staff in then delivering the care. It's all very well saying somebody doesn't want to go to hospital, but what do you do if they're blue and uncomfortable and breathless or in pain on a Sunday evening? So lots of work to support staff and with education and so on. What did I learn from that? It was a tremendous project. Everybody involved was passionate. We had lots of different people involved. We managed to align 2 different motivators, the patient experience and the cost reduction. And I think it's surprising how often actually you can make those 2 be one, because actually good care is cheaper than bad care. That is true over and over and over again in the NHS, and I think it's under acknowledged. Everybody always thinks that if you do something better it's going to cost more. That isn't true in a lot of subjects. If you do something better it costs less. So that's an important message. So what I was just going to talk to you briefly about now is writing a book, and also a little bit about messaging. Because I've learned a bit that might be useful in terms of getting one's message across. So, what happened? Why did I write a book, and what's happening to this book? So basically, again, about 20 years ago, when I was still a bit more than 20 years ago, when I was still a registrar in North London, I'd had a day at the Whittington Hospital where I'd had a couple of really precious conversations with some families, one with a family and one with a patient, about their hopes and expectations and what we were doing. And I suddenly realised in both of those conversations that those families had questions that they needed to ask, but they did not have the words for them. They didn't know that they could ask those questions. So for one of my patients, it was about what medications they were taking and why they were taking them. They were taking a lot of life-prolonging medications that they didn't want to take. And the other was talking about somebody who wanted to make some decisions, or their family felt that we should be making different decisions about their care. And I stood outside that hospital and I thought, somebody needs to write about this, because I felt the power was in the wrong place. I knew too much. I knew what the questions were. I knew what this family should be asking. I knew that it was allowed, permissible to ask those questions, but they didn't know that. And I felt really passionately that the whole conversation was weighted, and that during that conversation I'd done my best to bring that seesaw right, but it would have been much, much better if they had known beforehand what they could ask. And I felt really for the next 20 years or so very passionately about empowering patients, about persuading doctors to ask that question, why am I doing this, about allowing families to say, why are you doing this? So often we do a discharge summary and we write, patient and family kept informed throughout. What does that mean? How is that shared decision making? And it also, to be honest, we write it about people with an AMT of 0. How was that patient kept informed throughout? It's, we know that's codswallop. So how do we make that better? It's really hard for doctors sometimes to explain what we're doing. We've got patients and families who can be very prickly, who can be very anxious, who can be very frightened that they're going to be ignored or that their care is going to be bad because they're old, feel that they're going to be shunted into a corner. And so there are people who feel are starting this conversation in a bad place. Or families who feel terribly guilty. They feel they can't ask those questions because somebody will think that they don't love their parent. And then there's loads of just practical stuff that people ought to know about, why are you taking all these medicines? Do you really want to? Do you have to? And how should you reduce your own risk of falling? And questions like, should my mum be driving? And if not, who's going to stop her? Because she's certainly never going to listen to me. So there are other sort of practical aspects of life in old age that I wanted to write about. So a few years ago, I took some annual leave and I went away and hid in a little cottage, and I wrote about 3 chapters and a synopsis, and I then extremely naively submitted it to one agent, and a friend of mine said, oh, do you mind if I send it to an editor? And I didn't know who she was sending it to. And then I didn't hear anything for about a month, and I was on holiday and I thought I'll do something about this when I get back. And then I got these 2 incredible emails quite separately, one from the agent and one from an email address that said Elmore@Penguin Random House, and at that point I had a very good day because they both said they wanted to talk to me about it, and it was a very happy moment. Anyway, so that was unbelievably lucky because that's not how it's supposed to happen. As it happens, both of them have got older parents who they're worried about, and so this book really chimed with them. And one of the things I've learned about this is actually it chimes lots of people, because actually almost everybody has got somebody older in their life that they're worried about or that they love or are concerned for, and that might be a grandparent or a parent or a neighbour or a friend, and so it has some pretty universal relevance. So it's been a lovely journey. I've been incredibly lucky. Thanks to my amazing colleagues, I had 6 months off and had a sabbatical to write the book. It got published in January and it seems to be doing very nicely, thank you. It comes out in next May in paperback. It's had some really kind reviews, and I am really chuffed because the most important thing about it for me is that I get contacted by people who've read it, who may be doctors or maybe people like my patients and their families, and they have found it helpful, and that's why I wrote it, so I am really happy about that. So if you ever think you might write a book, you have to buy a great big red book called The Author's and Writer's Handbook or something like that. It comes out every year and it tells you exactly how to do it. That's the best advice I was ever given about writing a book. What else do I need to tell you? In terms of messaging, of working out what you want to say, I was taught to keep it very short, and which I haven't done today, and to concentrate on making a connection with your audience. So if you've got 4 minutes to talk about something, try and include a patient story, include a statistic that will grab attention, and include something that catches your audience's attention, that makes them feel involved in your project. And I think that is very useful advice in terms of getting anything done in this amazing organisation for which we all work. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to thank you again very, very much for having me. I want to thank also my amazing patients and their families, from whom I've learned so much. And I really mean that over the years that I have done this job. I learn something every time I'm on call. I learn something pretty well on every ward round, and I really enjoy it.
Thank you so much, Lucy. I'm sure lots of people listening and watching today will have read your book and really loved it as much as I did. And in your book you talk a lot about being an ally to patients, getting alongside them and seeing them as a person, not just as an individual that we have to fulfil an algorithm or a treatment plan for. And I was wondering if you had any tips for people watching this, doctors, nurses and allied healthcare professionals, about how we can get alongside patients and be allies instead of just seeing them as someone we need to treat.
It's such a good question, and we're all under time pressure, and it can feel very difficult to make that connection. The best advice I think I ever heard it most succinctly put actually was by Prof. Levy. I don't know if any of you were trained by him at Bristol. I've only met him once, but Andy Levy taught his junior doctors that he only really wanted to know 2 things about his patients. He wants to know what did they do for their living and who still loves them. And if you have the courage to ask those questions, obviously slightly framed differently the second one, it really is such a revelation. So that question about what you did for your living, apart from anything else, it helps you communicate with the patient because you know what kind of level of information they might want to have. But it also just opens up so much. Don't be afraid to ask the big questions. Don't be afraid to ask, what is your biggest fear? I can see that you're worried. Can I ask you what you're really worried about? Are you frightened that you might have something serious the matter with you? Are you frightened about dying? Those are really good questions. Just ask them.
Lovely. That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Hi there, hope everybody can see us. Thank you so much for joining us today. We've had such a wonderful time. It's been a fantastic day. We've had loads of brilliant speakers, loads of workshops, and loads of opportunities for us all to interact with each other in the presentations on the poster hall. I'd like to say a really big thank you to our speakers, to the Leeds Parkinson's Quality Improvement Collaborative, to Nikki Harrison and to Lucy Pollock for sharing all of their amazing knowledge with us. Thank you to our workshop leaders as well, Mike, Ollie and Cal, and thank you to all of you for being patient with our technical difficulties with our workshops. Unfortunately, one of our workshop leaders had to pull out at the last minute due to traffic on the M5, so thank you all for being really understanding with that. There's a few thank yous that we need to say. This day wouldn't have been possible without some help from loads of people. So thank you firstly to our fantastic committee. We really couldn't have done this day without them. They've been so wonderful, working their socks off and being available at the drop of a hat in the months leading up to the conference and also today. So thank you so much, guys. We really, really appreciate all your hard work. Also to Medal, our poster platform, it's been fantastic working with them, and they've made using the poster hall and uploading on posters really easy and smooth, so that's been wonderful. And most of all, the biggest thank you is to you guys, our delegates. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been really exciting watching you interact on the poster hall, watching the oral presentations you've been doing, and seeing the way you've engaged with our workshops. So thank you so much for really getting on board and engaging with everything today.
So without further ado, let's move on to our awards. Hopefully you can see on the screen, brilliant. If we could remind everyone that we're being sponsored today. So our awards are sponsored by MDU, NBT, Hexitime and Lewisham and Greenwich Quality Improvement Group. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to provide awards and we wouldn't have been able to use some of the platforms that we've used today. So thank you so much. The first few prizes will be receiving a £10 Amazon voucher. And first up, we've got the project that won the best cost/time saving initiative. And that is sponsored by MDU. The winner of that award is the project implementation of a cost-neutral, rapid STI service, providing the right treatment at the right time to improve patient experience and patient outcomes. And that was presented by Dr. Samyukta Sundar. So congratulations.
Well done, that's fantastic. So next up, we've got the award for the group for best patient involvement. So the winner of that is Dear Patient was the project, and that was presented by Miss Paula Ryland. So congratulations, that's fantastic.
On to our long-term sustainable change. So we had two groups for this because it was a big category. In group one, we've got improving venous thromboembolism risk assessment at Wirral Hospital, presented by Megan Lewis. Congratulations.
And that's an exciting project, just to mention, because Megan was presenting all the way from New Zealand. So thanks for making the effort to come in the middle of your night to join us and present. Next up, we've got our second group for best long-term sustainable change. And the winner of that was Matthew Hackney with his project about improving consent for fractured neck of femurs. Well done, Matt.
For best education intervention, we've got the slit lamp, improving understanding and confidence in Yeovil District Hospital Emergency Department. That was presented by Charlie Abrams. Well done, Charlie.
Next up, we've got the best MDT involvement. And the winner for that was Savneet Lokab with your project about the EasyWee, which is improving in-hospital experience for female patients with knock fractures by introducing a female urinal. Congratulations.
For our Wellbeing and Resilience group, the winner was Civility Saves Lives, presented by Caroline Lacey and Caroline Walker. Congratulations, guys.
And finally, out of these categories, it's best poster design, and it's our runner-up for that project. And the winner is our poster on creating a one-day post-operative pro forma for orthopaedic elective and trauma patients to enhance patient care and improve junior doctor confidence. So well done to everyone who was involved in that project.
And that was based off the projects that were on the poster presentation side. So they were on the poster hall, not in the oral presentations. Well done. So moving on to the next group of awards. So these are kind of the next tier up. You guys, there are three groups that will be in this award section, and these three awards will get £20 worth of an Amazon voucher, so a bit more money to spend. So the best overall poster design, which again is part of the group that were accepted for poster presentation only. That goes to the project Improving the Quality and Content of Discharge Summaries Using a QI Approach. So well done to those people. Congratulations.
And next up, we've got the Best Overall Nurse and AHP project. And that is awarded to the project Civility Saves Lives. That's Caroline Lacey and Caroline Walker. And just to make it clear, the best overall projects are awarded for the people who did the best out of all of the oral presentation categories. So well done, Caroline and Caroline.
And the best overall student project that presented orally goes to Improving Consent for Fractured Neck of Femurs presented by Matthew Hackney. So well done, Matthew.
And so moving on to our final award, the top prize is going to win a £30 Amazon voucher, so spend it wisely. The best overall project was really fantastic. It was chosen from one of the winners of the subcategories, demonstrated some really key principles of quality improvement. It was some really simple interventions which actually provided a really significant change, which influenced care for a lot of people, and the change is really sustainable and something that's likely to continue. So well done.
That goes to Charlie O'Brands with the Sit Lamp project. Congratulations, Charlie, for winning the overall prize for this conference.
Well done.
So thanks everyone for joining today. Hope you've enjoyed it, and thanks for your patience with the few technical glitches. But overall, it's been a really enjoyable day. Feedback forms will be live from 6 o'clock this evening. So if you could fill those in, and Medal will automatically create a attendance certificate for you once you've completed that. Poster certificates and prize certificates will also be generated in the next week. So we will make sure you get those by email.
And for prize winners, we'll be getting in touch with you by email to send you the electronic Amazon vouchers this week as well. So look out for those. So yeah, just to finish, I want to say congratulations to all our prize winners. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. It's been a really great day, and we look forward to seeing you next year.